Once you're done, just come straight up for 2 hours. Yeah.
Was it to say all of these? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was like slow down. I apologize. Let's try to squeeze in real quick. You looking so good. Yep. Get the picture. Yeah.
He's like, I thought I was a photographer.
All right, everyone say cheese. 1, 2, 3. No one ever says cheese when I say that. Perfect. Can we actually move it?
Yeah.
It's just that's in the background.
Then they can stand this way.
Yeah.
આ બાદ પાડવા છે અહીંયા સ્ક્રીન આવા છે
પેલી પાછળ નહીં આવશે.
Like,
નહીં
it's
આવા.
just very distracting.
How's that? Is that screen gonna come in there?
No, because I've been in it this direction. So,
How far?
that's perfect. All right, ready? 1, 2.
Get together. કેમ આ જુદા જુદા ઉભા છો નજીક આવો
It's okay. You want to help me? It's good.
Dancing.
1, 2, 3.
music.
Let's have you come in just a little bit more. Come in.
નજીક આવો નજીક હા
Perfect. All right, 1, 2, 3.
Tell the DJ to dance music.
Thank you so much.
You just stay here, okay?
Yeah,
For now.
that's perfect.
So we could take both sides. Let me go. Okay. You show outside?
Yes.
Everything and then you come back in.
Okay,
Okay?
sure. Okay,
Show
sure.
people everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Looking good.
You looking good? Yeah, thank you.
You're alive.
Everything good. baru dengan benar ini.
Hola mi amor, hola Ivanita, ¿cómo estás mi vida? ¿Cómo estás hijita? Te amo mucho mi amor, te mandé un dinerito, te mandé un dinerito con esta Fabi para que te compren algo mi amor, te amo mucho hija, te amo mucho, te extraño, cuídate mucho, ahí esta Fabi tiene tu dinerito, te amo mi amor, te amo con toda mi alma, cuídate mucho, diviértete.
Simmer, come here.
1 second, 1 second. Picture?
Yeah.
1 second. Hey, bro.
I have 3. One has a wet up.
Eyes closed. Tell me that. Got it.
una agüita? Gracias, gracias.
ก็เลยเลย
sorry
Pero uno. Dale.
Chido, carnal. ¿De dónde eres tú, carnal?
¿Ah?
¿Dónde eres tú?
Soy mexicano, carnal.
Huevo, carnal. ¿De qué parte?
Ah, de Oaxaca, brother.
No, ya.
¿Tú?
Soy chilango.
Oh, blanco.
Ajá.
Está bien, está bien. Sí, carnal. Nosotros venimos de lejos de aquí.
Oh, ya. Carajo, mi hermano. Gracias, canalito chido. otras cosas más ricas, fíjate. Ya estoy tragando otra vez como puerco.
Mint flavor, yeah. After that, leave it. Mint is not too sweet. You can have mint. No alcohol in any of this. There is. That's what I want. Here, yes.
Muchas gracias. Oh. Oiga, una preguntota. La muchachona que anda ahí con un pañuelo en la cabeza. ¿De dónde es? Dominicana. Ay, gracias.
They're back here. Here, let me show you.
¿Eh? ¿Quién? ¿Quién?
La chica.
¿Ya se fue?
No, ahí anda afuera.
Ay, mamacita.
Está bueno.
Está bien rica. ¿De dónde es ella?
República Dominicana.
No mames.
¿De dónde sos?
Del DF.
Sí. De Guatemala.
Ah, ¿eres de Guatemala?
Sí.
Chido, carnal, a huevo. Ahora sí que somos raza. No, ya hasta le pedí chamba el otro día, le pedí chamba al otro chaparrito.
¿Ah, sí?
Ajá, nomás para ver si un día me toca con ella.
La mera buena es una chinita.
Ajá.
Ella la mera la que va a nosotros.
¿Y qué tal es payasona la... ¿Cómo se llama aquella?
No me acuerdo cómo se llama, pero... mira.
Es chida,
No tanto. A veces sí, como que te da plática, pero
es seria.
ya empieza a tirar ahí su...
Sí, se da su taco, ¿no?
Sí.
Ah, que está bien chula, carnal.
Ah, bueno, ¿has visto? Hay otra que también está bien buena. Se llama Tiffany, la otra. Ella está bien sabrosita. Está bien grandota, la verdad.
Ajá. ¿Pero qué pedo? ¿Son familia o qué pedo?
Sí, casi todos son familia.
Ah,
Sí.
ya. Son de la empresa, pues.
No, me refiero que están casados con familiares y así.
Oh, ya. ¿Ya está casada entonces aquella?
A huevo.
Hija de su pinche madre.
Pero yo también y
Sí, a huevo.
pues, eso no te impide nada.
Sí, sí. Ah, está bien chula que ella. Desde el otro día antier la miré, porque ayer... ayer sí. Ayer la miré, no mames.
Mira, aquí está la otra.
No, Tiffany Altamirano. No mames, güey.
Ya también trabajé con nosotros. Donde de la mitad de la cama hasta la...
No,
De repente
mames.
cuando hay paris así grandes y venimos todos. Entonces ahí de repente lo hacen.
Güey, les voy a pedir chamba, allá.
Ahí,
Mi amor, neta. Está bien rico.
está grabando todo, ¿verdad?
Por eso es transmisión en vivo para YouTube.
Oh, que la chica.
Nomás hay uno conectado, mira.
Oh, sí.
Ajá. Nomás uno está viendo lo que ando grabando ahorita, güey. ¿Quién sabe quién sea? En la tarde sí había como 40, güey.
No, no estaba escuchando.
Ay, pero como quiera, no estamos diciendo mentiras.
Y como sea, no nos van a entender tampoco.
Exactamente. Ah, pero mi amor. I'll bring it. Oh, yes. Picture? Okay. Mauli. Picture. One moment. Come back.
I need this to clear so they can come in and out. Sorry. The man is one the senior room manager, pero ya check.
México es así. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien.
Allá la mano.
Está más sabroso.
Green juice का भी
Muy bien, muy bien. Qué bueno, muy bien también. I don't know that word. What does tame mean? Huh? Tame? Huh? Tame. You said muy bien tame, right? What's tame?
How are you? Fine. Yo también. Me too.
Oh, so muy bien tame. So tame means me too.
Sí, amigo.
I'll be there.
Alright, amigo.
tell them to go talk to him. She wants to be honest. I don't think that was gay, to be honest.
हाथ में हाथ करेंगे हाँ क्या
Bro, I need big problem
What? There's no work? Or dead? Here.
in my car.
Uh-huh.
In my car, one more and cable.
You have mine?
Yeah.
I know it's hers. I need to give back. You go get it.
Okay.
Do you have a car here?
Yeah.
Okay, go get. You go get.
Huh?
You have the car here?
No.
Oh, no car. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
okay. You give me later.
Yes.
It's her wire, not mine.
Alright,
Okay?
alright,
I
no
need to give
problem.
back. She asked me, she's like, you lose my wire. I said, I don't know.
Ya vienen todos para adentro.
You know what table you're sitting on? Matya, just must stay here. I'm gonna start pulling people inside.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as you make your way inside the ballroom, please do find your table numbers. If you did not, there is a QR code right outside. Please do scan the QR code and you will find your table numbers. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as you make your way inside the ballroom, there's a QR code right outside if you know your table numbers. Make your way to your seats. If you do not know your table number, there is a QR code right outside. Thank you.
bueno, solo teléfono listo.
Pero yo también sé operar, Ronnie.
Mucho heavy.
Yo también. Sí. Y luego he operado con cámaras más grandes.
Sí.
En México hay uno que es un chaleco. Tiene un brazo así.
Oh.
Y aquí traes la cámara. Así, o sea, la haces así.
It's good?
Good. En México yo trabajé en el cine. Películas, movies. Esto para mí es pequeño. Yo cámaras grandes.
Ladies and gentlemen, very quick announcement. At this time, I'd like a kindly request for everyone, all the wonderful family and friends, please start making your way over to your seats. We are just about ready to kick off tonight's program. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly request for everyone, please make your way to your seats. ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? We are absolutely ready to kick off tonight's program. I would like to welcome you all to Hiral and Parth's wedding reception. Ladies and gentlemen, how's everyone doing tonight? No, hold on. We can do much better than that. I only heard the table right in front of the DJ booth. Let me ask you guys one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, how's everyone doing tonight? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that's word like it. We'll be having an amazing program planned for you all. At this time, if I could please focus your attention back towards those main double doors as we welcome in some very special family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's make some noise and welcome in our bride's grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Das Kaka and Newlywed. Bueno, please make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for that. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's welcome in our bride's grandparents, accompanied by our bride's Kaka and Kaki, Mr. and Mrs. Gujarati and Newlywed Rao. Please make some noise. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's make some noise and welcome in our groom's Dada. Let's make some noise for Mr. Praveen Brahma. Please make some noise. जिनसे मिला क्या बुरा क्या भला इतने उपकार है क्या कहे ये बताना आसान है धरती पे रूप माँ बाप का उस विधाता की पहचान है ये तो सच है कि भगवान है
I'm gonna get you to hold it, sorry.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's make some noise and welcome in our bride's parents. Let's make some noise for Mr. and Mrs. Millen and Monica Brown. Please make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for our bride's parents. They're ready to party for tonight. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next, if I could focus your attention once again towards those main double doors. As we welcome in our groom's parents, let's make some noise and welcome in Mr. and Mrs. Kalpesh and Neelam Prabhat. Please make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for our groom's parents. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now for the party to begin. I need everyone to make some noise and help me welcome in our bride's brothers. Let's make some noise for Habib and Hiral. Let's make some noise.
phone now, snap it like you Fable. And you showing up, but it's alright. And you showing up, but it's alright. It's a short line, yeah.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Muhammad and Hiral. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, let's make some noise and welcome in our bridesmaids and groomsmen. Let's make some noise. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now for the moment we have all been waiting for. If I can request everyone, please rise out of your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to build some energy in this room. So I need everyone to clap along with the beat. Here we go, clap those hands, come on, clap those hands, clap those hands, come on. That's right, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome in as husband and wife. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Parth and Hiral. Robert, let's make some noise. One more time, make some noise for our newlyweds, Hiral and Parth, make some noise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to kindly request everyone, please take your seats and focus your attention on the dance floor. As our newlyweds move right into their very special first dance. So ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's make some noise for Hiral and Parth. Please make some noise.
हाथ मेरा थाम लो साथ जब तक हो बात कुछ होती रहे बात जब तक हो सामने बैठे रहो तुम रात जब तक हो
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for Hiral and Parth. Please make some noise. Alright, at this time I would like to invite our newlyweds to cut their very special wedding cake. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for Hiral and Parth. Please make some noise. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you could please focus your attention on the dance floor as we have our very special father-daughter dance. and gentlemen, that was beautiful. One more time, huge round of applause for father-daughter dance. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if I can focus your attention back on the dance floor. Up next, we have our very special mother-son dance. So let's make some noise and welcome Parth and his mom. Please make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise one time for that beautiful mother-son dance. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this time I'd like to pass the mic over to the MCs for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise and welcome Hiral and Havan. Please make some noise.
Yo, what is up, everybody? Jay Someran, and welcome to Hiral and Parth's reception. Woo!
Yo, Havan man. આજે આપણે અડધા પાર્થ માટે આવ્યા છે અને આપણે બીજા અડધા હિરલ માટે આવ્યા છે. પણ તમે એક સાચી વાત કહું?
બોલો ભાઈ.
આ બધા તો ખાવા જ માટે આવ્યા છે. I guarantee you that.
That might be true, honey, but maybe all except for the aunties. I know they're all just here to take pictures and look at the other auntie's clothes. But मैं हम भी एक second.
Oh, sorry, bhai.
मैं हम भी कि एक बे आंटी तारो बायोडेटा मांगता था भाई.
Man, I don't know what these aunties are. I don't know what they're doing, but હું તને એક વાત કહું. આ બધા આંટીઓ તો અહીંયા બધા છોકરાઓને પરણાવવા જ માટે આવે છે. પણ જો મારો બાયોડેટા માંગવાનું કંઈ જરૂર નથી. Because મને તો એક જબરજસ્ત છોકરીવાળી મળી ગઈ છે. Mom, I'm just kidding. Do not kill me, please.
Rushes.
Yo, chill. That's PTSD.
Anyway, speaking of single people like honey, I'd like to come introduce some of the bridesmaids and groomsmen to give you guys some speeches tonight, make you guys shed some tears. So let's all give it up for them as they say some speeches and try to memorize their lines. Woo! Woo!
us, or haven't had the pleasure of meeting us. My name is Meet, and his name is Tanmay. We've been friends with Parth for over 15 years now, which is wild to say out loud because that's about like 10 times more than the commitment of workout that he has, for working out that he has. Now, if you really want to know what it was like growing up with Parth, let me paint a picture for you. Back in the day, we had sleepovers all the time. If you remember at my house, we would sleep over, watch scary movies. Parth loved scary movies, but he loved it so much that he would just put it on, and he would force us to watch it. We would be the ones who would fall asleep. We would fall asleep the first 10 minutes in, and he would be watching it throughout the whole movie. We would all knock out halfway through, and he would be the only one wide awake, deeply invested in it throughout the whole movie. And then there were our adventures in his little car that only was supposed to fit 5 people, but we managed to fit 7 people in, and we had many excursions all around, I guess, Canada. Parth also has a special relationship with time. We all know how well time managed he is, as in he's always running late. On every trip we have had to trick him by telling him an earlier time. So we would tell him that, we have to get ready by 9 a.m. But the actual plan is actually 10 a.m. So he'd be ready by 10 a.m. actually by that time. And even today, his own wedding day, he almost kept the streak alive. Classic Parth. And then there's pizza. Parth loves his pizza. Italian boba, as we heard yesterday. But pizza does not love Parth back. He's lactose intolerant, so every slice comes with a side of regret. But I never stopped him from hitting up our go-to spot in case pizza ran for your house. Also, when it comes to food, Parth plays 2 roles. He's a dedicated dishwasher. Whenever we're cooking, he plays no role in the cooking, but he always washes the dishes and he cleans up for us. So we don't have to worry about the dishes. He's also our human garbage disposal. That's what we call him. The reason we call him that is if we don't like the food, if you didn't like the meal, couldn't finish your fries, didn't have space left for the last bite, don't worry. Parth always there to clean up your plate. He just powered down and powers through that meal. But jokes aside, Parth is one of the most caring and loyal person that I know. No matter how far he is, or how close he lives to you, or how busy he is, he always shows up for the boys. I've seen him drive 3 to 4 hours just to hang out and chill, even for like a 10-minute hangout. That's the kind of friend he is.
So now when people ask what part of my most profound memories would be, I guess we both can agree and say gaming. Countless hours spent online, battling side by side, and also battling each other. Because let's be honest, we fought more than we won. But it's been amazing to watch Parth grow. From the guy who used to rage quit over video games, to the guy who now has the patience to build a life with someone as smart, kind, and wonderful as you. She's extremely charismatic and sweet, and we can all agree she has a very contagious life. Now, all jokes aside, I'd like to talk about a moment that really showed what kind of a husband Parth is going to be. On our drive back to Toronto, after our friend's engagement in New Jersey, Hiral got stuck at the Philly airport. Her flights kept on getting delayed, she wasn't feeling well, and the entire situation was a nightmare. But Parth was there for her. He stayed on the phone with her the entire drive back, and I mean the entire drive. Only hanging up to speak with the airline, the airport staff, to find a solution in getting her home as soon as possible. That moment said everything. It showed how deeply he loves and cares for her. Now, Hiral, you're one of us. You've always had 2 brothers, but now you've gained 6 more to always have your back, your love. And to show this bond, Hiral, I'd like you to put your hand out like this. Parth, put your hand on top of hers. Now, Parth, I want you to remember this moment. People with cameras, please take a picture of this, because this will be the only time you'll have an upper hand in this relationship. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great night so far. I'm Rashni, for those of you who don't know me. I don't remember the exact day and place I met Hiral, but I do remember meeting her and thinking this girl has non-stop laughter and non-stop chatter. Since then, she has been one of my constants. We've been friends for over a decade, and over the years, some of my favorite memories with Hiral has been bonding over thin crust classic pizzas on a cruise that we went on in 2015, if you remember, Hiral. Starting personal training classes and quitting in less than a month, messing up on dances at Samayo's, and laughing uncontrollably during our sleepovers in high school and college. One of my favorite things about Hiral is how she always makes time for the people she cares about, no matter what. I'll never forget one birthday, which I was least excited about. Without needing to ask or even convince me, she planned a spontaneous road trip to Six Flags with me for the whole weekend. It was one of the best birthdays till date, all thanks to her, because she chose to be with me. They say you don't get to choose your family, but you get to choose your friends. Hiral, I feel so lucky to have you in my life. Now, I'm just as lucky to gain a new friend, Parth. Parth, I can see how happy you make her, and that says everything. I'm genuinely so happy you've found each other, and I hope and wish you nothing but love and happiness for the rest of your lives together.
Hi, I'm Keisha.
Married
Okay, so I googled how to get a maid of honor speech. And it basically said you have to start, but if you don't know me, you can tell other people before the So if you don't know me, you must not know him that well, because there's no Keisha without Hiral, there's no Hiral without Keisha. Even have 2 matching tattoos to prove. And like Roshni said, we don't get to choose our family, but we do get to choose our friends. But she didn't have any choice in this either, because I kind of just bullied her into being my friend. Jokes aside, Hiral and I have been friends for more than 15 years. We have always been with each other each summer, from high school to college. We didn't go to the same college, but she was always at Starkville every weekend, because, I mean, health, right? And now to her 8 turkeys in their moment. Oh, okay, so the next part ChatGPT told me to say is, by Hiral and, her personality. She is the type of person that would stay up with me until 4 a.m. because I have a test needed. And she would have work 8 o'clock in the morning. She would stay up, she wouldn't go to sleep, so I would freak out over my test. That's just the kind of person she is. And she's always down for things. One text, hey, can we go get some yogurt? Can we go to the froyo? And all she's like was, oh my God, let's go. So these are just some of the few things to describe her. I mean, look at her name, right? Hiral means diamond, and our Hiral is the exact same. A rare diamond, a unique, radiant, invaluable to everyone lucky enough to know her. Parth, I still remember the screenshot she sent me when you slid into her DMs, and she asked me, do you think it's cute? Do you think, doesn't his text sound a little bit bawdy? But obviously, get a long way from that. Because the only text I get from her these days are, and I'm so excited to move to Seattle. I love you so much. As happy as she is to leave Mississippi and start her new chapter in life, I'm equally sad to see her leave and not be a 5-minute drive away from me. Don't worry, I'll come visit Parth. Make sure you have 2 bedrooms, so when I come visit, you can sleep in the other one. Because you've been a third wheel for way too long now. Lastly, I hope you have as much fun growing old with her as I had growing up with her. I'm going to miss her a lot. Love you, Hiral, and I guess you too, Parth.
You guys aren't free yet. You guys got one more speech to hear today. It's going to be from me. I got a few words to say about my little sister. Big sister. Oh, yeah. Abhi didi to mati thai gaye. You know, life with you has been many things. It's been mocha java chillers at Sonic. It's been you dancing in front of the TV while me and Buddy are just trying to watch LeBron, do some slam dunks on Curry or something like that. And even it was you getting upset at me because I didn't pick up your nacho fries on the way back from Taco Bell. Or it was you sharing the bathroom with me, which was the best experience of my life. But the most memorable thing about my big sister, is that her overwhelming support that she has for me for any path I decide to go down. I can't think of anybody out there who's more Team Hovland than Hito. I'd even say she's the coach, because I've had all her old iPhones, I wear some of her old clothes, which I don't feel anymore. When it came time for me to start driving, I started driving her car. And back to the bathroom thing, I had to share it with her again. But once again, the biggest thing that you've passed down to me is the overwhelming confidence that I am able to have today because I have you in my corner. Parth, you got lucky with this one, except for the bathroom thing. To both of you, I wish you two the best of luck in this new journey that you guys have, and I hope you guys have the most exciting adventures on the way there as husband and wife. Hito, I love you. I'll always have your back as well, and you always have a home here in Pearl, Mississippi, no matter where you go. Parth, welcome to this family. Welcome to the route, buddy. And here is the Parth never having a peaceful, calm family function ever again because there's somebody like me here. Woo!
Alright, yo, hold on, man. Enough of that. You can cry back there. That's fine. Alright, guys, let's take a little flashback to how Hiral became Hiro Brumbo. Let's give it up.
Once upon a time, in two very different places, two very different people were living their very different lives. In Jackson, Mississippi, there was Hiral, Southern Belle, and the largely Dikri of Rao Parivar. And in Brandon, Ontario, there was Parth, a software engineer and an only child who spent his days coding and his nights also coding. But at 6 feet, Parth was quite the catch on the marriage market. Both were ready to settle down, but how would fate bring them together?
Hey, I came across their profile and I think you're really cool. Would you be interested in chatting sometime?
Who's this? Parth, a Canadian software engineer? Why not? Hi Parth, I'd love to chat.
Hey, how are you doing? How's it going?
I'm doing good. How about you? How's Canada?
Can't complain. I actually work in Seattle, so I get a lot of fresh air and access to nature.
Seattle sounds fun. Maybe I can see myself living there in the future.
And just like that, a DM turned into a spark.
Let's take some calls from the request line.
Oh, it's time for our nightly Discord call. Hey,
Hey, how was your day?
same old day at work, but better now that I'm talking to you.
Anyways, what are your favorite movies? Maybe we can watch one together?
I love all the classics. Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, Mohabbatein. You know?
Ew, those are so cheesy. You know what's actually a good movie? Interstellar. I'll show it to you when we meet.
When we meet, when will that be?
I hope it's soon. Let's plan a meet next month. Come visit me in Seattle.
That's a great idea. Let's do it. By the way, I was wondering, what's your favorite food?
Malay kofta. Why?
Oh, nothing. Just curious.
Night after night, they talked about everything and nothing. Slowly but surely, love grew between them.
कुछ तो हुआ है, कुछ हो गया है, कुछ तो हुआ है, कुछ हो गया है, 2-4 दिन से लगता जैसे सब कुछ अलग है, सब कुछ नया है, कुछ तो हुआ है, कुछ हो गया है, क्या हो गया है? ये नशा जिसमें दोनों रहते हैं, ये लहर जिसमें दोनों रहते हैं, हो ना हो इसको प्यार कहते हैं, प्यार मिला तो दिल खो गया है, कुछ तो हुआ है, कुछ हो गया है।
Oh my god, is that him?
Hey, I got you flowers and chocolates and a purse. I wasn't sure if you like it.
Lucky for you, I like all of those things.
Bruh.
I brought you Malay kofta. I learned how to make it just for you.
Wow, Malay kofta. At least now I know I won't go hungry if you end up getting married.
Don't start talking about marriage just yet. First show me around Seattle, and we'll see if I even like it.
It was the first meeting of many. As they explored the city together, it became clear that their connection was as real as it gets.
make you feel better? How about I take some nice photos of you against this beautiful backdrop?
You really know me, don't you? I'd suffer through hikes for the rest of my life if you were my hiking partner.
For the rest of your life, eh?
Ignore that. Here, this is a good view. Take some photos of me here.
Sure, but just so you know, I'd be happy to take photos of you for the rest of my life.
देखा तुमको जब से बस देखा तुमको यारा तुमसे कोई अच्छा है ना तुमसे कोई प्यारा यूं नजरे न फेरा तुम मेरे हमें कह दिया you are my sonia
From the moment we started talking, I knew there was something special about you. You've made my life brighter, funnier, and filled with love. Will you marry me?
Yes, 1,000 times yes. Really? Another hour of gaming? I thought we were going to watch our show together.
Just one more level, I promise. I traded quiet dinners for family chaos, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
From Jackson to Brampton, from DMs to Discord, from hi to I do, this love story is just getting started. Here's to a lifetime of love, laughter, and late night gaming debates.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for that amazing skit put together from the family. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a very special speech from our groom's parents. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise and welcome Mr. and Mrs. Galvez and Neelam Brahman. Please make some noise for them.
Hello, good evening everyone. First of all, I thanks to Swaminarayan Bhagwan and Guru Hari Mahanta Swami Maharaj, as well as each and every one of you for being here today. It means the world to our families to be surrounded by so much love and support as we celebrate this special day. Today I have the joy and the honor of speaking not only as a proud father, but as someone who has had the privilege to watching my curious, mischievous little boy into the thoughtful and responsible and loving he is today. But I want to tell you something. When he is small, he is alone. He is only my child. So he has a lot of privilege in the house. He don't let anybody touch his anything. He don't let anybody to come in this room. Don't touch my laptop. Don't touch don't touch this. Don't touch this. Because he has got privilege. Also, to say that I am proud would be an understatement. From the moment he entered our life, Parth has brought us endless joy. Whether it was his determination in school, yes, he's very disciplined, as you heard, everything. Because Jiddi is a lovely boy, because Neelam always tells, Atal bohu ladai gayo che, dada ke ladai gayo che. Because when he is playing game, you cannot disturb him. Hours. And પછી કહીએ કે બાપ ચલ મમ કે જમવા ચાલ, just 1 hour, just let me finish my game. એટલે પછી નીલમ શું બોલે, બહુ લડાઈ ગયો છે. And sorry, I missed my lines. So this is the everything about the Parth and Hiral. Let me say, you are a remarkable person. You have brought out the best in my son. Together, you love more, you love more, and live more fully. And that's all a parent would ever wish for. Marriage is a partnership. It's built not on perfection, but on love, patience, faith, forgiveness, and the ability to grow together. Sometimes, though challenges, often though joy, hold onto each other tightly and never stop being each other's greatest supporter. To both of you, may your days be filled with laughter, your hearts with compassion, and your home with the peace. May your love continue to grow deeper with each passing day. And my loving Hiral, I'm going to sing 2 lines from my 2 lines of one song. मेरे घर आई एक नन्ही परी, मेरे घर आई एक नन्ही परी, चांद के रथ पे सवार, चांदनी के हसीन रथ के सवार, मेरे घर आई, ओ मेरे घर आई एक नन्ही परी. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for Mr. and Mrs. Kalpesh and Neelam Brahma. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this time I'd like to pass the mic over to our bride's parents. Let's make some noise and welcome Mr. and Mrs. Millen and Monica Rao. Please make some noise.
श्री अक्षर पुरुषोत्तम महाराज, श्री गुरु महंत स्वामी महाराज की कृपा શુભેચ્છાઓ આશીર્વાદ મેળવી નવ દંપતી ખૂબ ભાગ્યશાળી બન્યું છે. ખરેખર આપ બધાના સાથ અને સહકારથી જ આ પ્રસંગ સફળ બન્યો છે. તેમાં પણ ખાસ કલ્પેશભાઈ, નીલમબેનનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. અને અમારા દાદા એ ભારતથી પણ ખૂબ વેઠો વીઠીને પધાર્યા છે. અમારા સમગ્ર પરિવારના આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભારી છે. સંપેલો પરિવાર અમારો BAPS પરિવાર. BAPS પરિવારને તો ભૂલાય જ કેમ. તેમને હરદમ હર સમયે સાથે ઊભા રહીને નાની મોટી તમામ તમામ કાર્યોમાં મદદ કરી છે. અને અમારા પરિવારના સભ્યને તો કેવી રીતે ભૂલાય કે જેઓ ખૂબ દૂરથી એટલાન્ટા, બોસ્ટન, ન્યૂજર્સી, ન્યૂયોર્ક, મેરીલેન્ડ, મિલવોકી અને ઘણા તો ભારતથી પણ પધાર્યા છે. તે બધાનો અંતઃપૂર્વક આભારી છીએ. અને ખાસ અમારા જીજાજી અને કેને તો કેમ બોલાય. તેમના સાથ સહકાર વગર અને તેમના સંપૂર્ણ માર્ગદર્શન વગર પ્રસંગની સફળતા શક્ય નહોતી. આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. પાર્થ, મને અત્યંત આનંદ છે કે આજે મને બીજો સન મળ્યો છે. આઈ નો યુ વિલ ટેક કેર ઓફ હિરલ. અને હિરલને તું ખૂબ ખુશ રાખીશ. અને હિરલની પણ મને જરા પણ ચિંતા નથી. અને હિરલ પણ આપ બધાની ટેક કેર કરશે. હિરલ, તું દૂર જાઉં છું, બટ યુ આર ઓલવેઝ ઇન આવર હાર્ટ. ગુરુ હરિમાન સ્વામી મહારાજે કહ્યું છે તેમ પાર્થ, તારે આઈ વિલ બી ધ બેસ્ટ હસબન્ડ અને હિરલ યુ વિલ બી ધ બેસ્ટ વાઇફ. એવી રીતે આપ બંનેનું દાંપત્ય જીવન સુખેથી પસાર થાય. આ જીવન એકબીજાને સમજી શકો અને આ જીવન બંને વચ્ચે અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડિંગ રહે. એ જ અભ્યાર્થ સહ પરિવાર આપનો સૌથી ખૂબ આભાર માનીએ છીએ. જય સ્વામિનારાયણ.
થેન્ક યુ. જય સ્વામિનારાયણ.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for our bride's parents. Please make some noise for them. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next, if I can please focus your attention on the dance floor, as Hiral has a very special performance for you all. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise and welcome Hiral. Please make some noise.
आज सजिया वे सारा शहर, आज हो गई वे रब दी महर. हाय सजिया वे सारा शहर, आज हो गई वे रब दी महर. अखियां चो दिखदे हंजू खुशियां तेरी बन जाना आज तू सजना वे. अखियां चो दिखदे हंजू खुशियां
huge round of applause for Hiral.
Oh man, what a night it's been so far, buddy. We heard some great speeches, saw a few pretty good dances, but you know, buddy, I get PTSD from whatever our moms were doing during Garba night to this day.
Oh my God, don't even get me started on that. That gives me flashbacks from all the way back in India. I don't know what our moms were doing. Thank God that's over. But hey man, at least everyone gave it their all and everyone had a blast tonight. But I know for sure that my performance was better than everyone's here, and I can guarantee you that. But on a serious note, everyone that was dancing in all these events throughout the last 2 days, just make sure you get ready for a one-on-one phone call from Hiral if you messed up just a tad bit.
Yeah, you know, somebody I know who's gonna be getting a long phone call.
Who? Oh yeah.
We won't name names.
What's his name? Just
No, I won't name names.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine, guys. Just kidding, Parth. Wonderful. So, to conclude our night as MCs, sadly, we're gonna give a huge shout out to two of the most perfect, charming,
intelligent, ruparo
people in the room tonight. Everyone, please give a round of applause to the MCs of tonight, baby!
Yo, we didn't Parth. Y'all really thought we were talking about y'all?
We put that on scene. Oh,
what is this show?
Another dance? I couldn't do it again, Mark. You did that again. Yeah.
get it on the floor.
You really about to do it?
40 years in the music, it's bigger than the music.
You really about to do it?
Yeah, they try to break the game, but you can't fake influence.
Think it on it like that.
Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back.
huge round of applause for that amazing surprise performance. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if I can please focus your attention on the screens. We have a very special same day edit for you all. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if I can please focus your attention on the screens. Thank you.
दीवानी तेरे पीछे पीछे आऊं ऐसे सावन में बरसे बरसे इश्क की बूंदे बनके जैसे सावन में बरसे बरसे इश्क की बूंदे बनके जैसे छोटी सी लड़की और तेरा सांवला सा रंग मैं क्या बताऊं मुझको ये हाय हाय करता तंग
Huge round of applause for that amazing video put together. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for that amazing video. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the night would not be complete if we did not hear from our newlyweds. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to pass the mic over to Hiral and Parth. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise and welcome them. Please make some noise.
Everyone. First, I just want to say it's days. Looking back at how everything unfolded, how I met Bart, how today has come along so perfectly. It is clear to me that none of this is by accident. And before I say anything, the first thanks belongs to Maj and Swami. Without him, nothing is possible. I also want to take a moment to thank my parents for putting up with all my antics throughout this wedding process. You deserve a medal or a long vacation. And to my new parents, I just want to say good luck dealing with me. Just kidding. But truly, if there is one thing I have learned through this entire experience, it is that family is what makes everything possible. And today, I feel so lucky and grateful to be gaining another family to share life. Behind every successful event, there is a squad that makes everything possible. And let me tell you, my squad runs deep. Pawan, Hari, Isha, Hannah, Neelam Didi, Vishal Bhai, Sajmi Babi, you are not just my cousins, you are my brothers and sisters. You made things happen, you picked me up when I was down, and you helped me plan every detail of this program in one way or the other. Also, I truly could not have done this without Foy and Fua. Despite your busy schedules, you never hesitated to pick up the phone and talk to me when I had questions. Gagi Gaga, from driving me around to make me stop crying when I was a baby, to hanging out around your kitchen late night discussing wedding details. You guys are everything from second parents to best friends for me. Krishna Foy, Dr. Fua, even though you are far from Mississippi, you have given me non-stop love and support. All of you have always treated me like your own daughter, and that means more than I can put into words. I have to also thank both of my bandadas for raising me into the person I am today. You both are the ones I wanted Bart to meet the most, because you're the ones who have shaped me much of who I am. I can't even put into words how much your love and guidance have meant to me. I am incredibly lucky and fortunate to have grown up with both sets of grandparents, such as grandparents just down the street from me. Having you both here today, sharing this very special moment with us, I could never express. Family is the heart of speech today, and the most important family is the one we are all part of. To my Jackson Mandir family, you are what makes Jackson feel like home, and you are also the reason why leaving Jackson is hard, or will be hard. From supporting my parents through every part of this event, and to simply being there in every way, there are no words that could truly recognize everything you have done. Lastly, to my husband, Bob. Well, here we are, the beginning of our new life together. I can't wait to start building a future, taking on adventures, and getting that green card so you can officially become the part of the family. But don't worry, I'm sure that paperwork won't be as complicated as navigating life with me. In all seriousness, I am so excited for everything ahead, and I know it's going to be full of laughs, love, and plenty of me telling you what to do. Sorry, I'm just now getting started. Thank you, everyone, and Jason.
Just for those of you that know me, I want to begin by saying, no, I did not ChatGPT this. Well, maybe I might have had a second opinion on it, but that's besides the point. But in all seriousness, even though my speech might not be as long as Hiral's, which is pretty high on the bar, it means the world to us to be surrounded by so many people we love and who've played such an important role in our lives. Before anyone else though, I want to thank Bharaj and Swami for guiding us and blessing us and supporting us through our union. Without their presence in our lives, and this moment would not carry the same meaning. This marriage, at its core, is a spiritual journey for the both of us. And we're so grateful to be walking it together under their grace. To my mom and dad, words will never be enough to thank you for everything you've done for me. Your love, sacrifices, patience, and your endless support have shaped who I am today. To my new parents in Harvard, as Hiral mentioned, I'm sorry you had to deal with her. But on the bright side, you got me now, right? Well, just kidding. But thank you for welcoming me into your family with open arms. I promise I will bring a little less chaos and a lot more love. I hope to be a son and a brother that can rely on for anything that comes your way, offering support, love, and laughter through every high and low that we go through. To my dada, who traveled all this way at your age from India, just to be here for my wedding. That alone means more to me than I can ever express. Your presence today is a blessing, and having you here makes this moment even more special. You will always be the source of strength and wisdom in our family. Your values, your stories, and your quiet strength have left a mark on all of us. And I'm proud to carry those lessons forward into this next chapter of my life. To our extended family and friends, thank you all for being here. Whether you travel miles or you're just around the corner, your presence and encouragement have meant so much to us, and we're so lucky to have you in our life. And who can forget my new wife, Hiral? Although she's a little sensitive to my jokes, Hiral manages to smile through them, even though I annoy her, and somehow still loves me anyways. Her patience is unmatched, and her heart even more so. And I hope to be the partner you deserve, someone who lifts you up, makes you laugh, and stands by you through everything. Lastly, to everyone else that's present, thank you for joining us on our special day today. Just please stay seated. We still have more final dances coming your way. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, huge round of applause for Hiral and Parth. Huge round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more dance performance for tonight. Let's make some noise and welcome the cousins and friends. Please make some noise. and gentlemen, huge round of applause for the finale dance performance. Please make some noise for them. Ladies and gentlemen, one time, let's make some noise for all the performances, all the speeches for tonight. Let's give everyone a huge round of applause, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, dinner is ready to be served. We will be calling out table numbers. First of all, we would like to release table numbers 29, 37, 35, 34, 30, 31, 18, and 33. Please do help yourselves to dinner right in the back of the ballroom. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, releasing table numbers 26, 25, 32, 28, 27, 21, 22, and 23. Please do help yourselves to dinner.
will be releasing tables number 15, 16, 17, 24, 19, and 20. Please do help yourselves to dinner. Thank you.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, very quick announcement. We would like to release all tables for dinner. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the ballroom, please do feel free to help yourselves. Again, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, releasing all tables for dinner. gentlemen, very quick announcement. If you guys would like to take some photos with our bride and groom, please feel free to come on stage, take some photos. Again, ladies and gentlemen, very quick announcement. If you guys would like to take some photos with our newlyweds, please feel free to make your way on the stage. Thank you.
Quick announcement, we're going to be doing pictures with the bride and groom in 15 minutes. In 15 minutes, we'll be doing pictures with the bride and groom. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, very quick announcement. There is a bond station right outside the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, please feel free to help yourselves. Again, ladies and gentlemen, there is a bond station right outside the ballroom. Please do help yourselves.
लड़की डराती ना आंखें मिलाती वो चश्मे लगा के रखती है गर्मी जून की प्यासी खून की लड़के सुखा के रखती है वो दिक्कत है कोई मुकरा बिजली पे न जा कुछ के बड़ो समझ के करो करना लगना जाए सदमा कोई कर मुकड़े पे काला काला चश्मा
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off with the dance floor portion for tonight. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have Hiral and Parth come on the dance floor. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a group picture with everyone. So ladies and gentlemen, I need everyone to start making your way on the dance floor. And let's get the party started for tonight. That's right, guys. Here we go. Come on. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I need everyone to please rise out of your seats. Make your way on the dance floor. It is time now to get this party started for tonight. Here we go. That's right. That's right. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Hiral and Parth will join us in. We need everyone to make your way on the dance floor. We're going to take a group picture with everyone here. If you guys have love for our bride and groom, make your way on the dance floor. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. That's right. Hey, let's get it started before they make their way over. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Come on. Calling everyone on the dance floor. Here we go, come on. Hey, hey. and gentlemen, hands up, hands up, hands up. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I need everyone to face the stage one time. Everybody look at the stage. That's right, everybody look at the stage, hands up in the air. right, guys. Here we go. Hands up, come on. here. Hands up, hands up. Hands up, hands up. Hands up, hands up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go.
over here. Let's get the party started. Hey, here we go. Come on.
everyone to sing along. Here we go. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're sitting on your seats, join in on the dance floor. That's right.
कैसे कहूँ मैं ओ यारा प्यार कैसे होता है
Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have some love for Hiral and Parth, let me see those hands up one time. Hands up, hands up, hands up, come on.
little more than I should tonight. I might take you home with me if I could tonight. Baby, I'ma make you feel so good tonight. 'Cause we might not get tomorrow. Tonight, I want all of you tonight. Give me everything tonight. For all we know, we might not get tomorrow. Let's do it tonight. Let's do it tonight. Make me wanna stay. I fell in love with Shawty when I seen her on the dance floor. She was dancing sexy, pop, 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 and drop. This was something special. This was just like dynamite. Honey got a booty like pow, pow, pow. Honey got some booties like pow, pow, pow. Girl, you know I'm loving you. On your style. Checking you out like, oh, she got it all. Sexy from my head to toe. And I want it all, and all. Baby, let me love you now. There's so many ways to love you. Baby, I can break it down. There's so many ways to love you. Got me like, oh my gosh, I'm so in love. I found you finally. You make me wanna say, oh, 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 oh my gosh. Era jagi te kare taravar. Ajalurat murat khubsurat ho. Era jagi te kare taravar. Ajalurat murat khubsurat ho. Era jagi te kare taravar. Ajalurat murat khubsurat ho.
जीने के हैं 4 दिन, बाकी है बेकार दिन। अरे जीने के हैं 4 दिन, बाकी है बेकार दिन। जाए 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 एक बार तो जाए जवानी, तेरे साथ आए, जवानी तेरे साथ आए।
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time I need everybody to put one hand up in the air. One hand up. We're gonna switch it into some Punjabi music real quick. Hey, hey.
रंग से
Yes, guys, we have a lot of requests for hip hop. We're gonna switch it up one time. Come on. Hey, hey.
The career's more at stake when you in your prostate. Fuck that paper, baby, mommy's on the dotted line. I've been flying out of town for some peace of mind. It's like always, they just want a piece of mind. I been focused on the future, never on right now. But I'm sipping that kombucha, eating pickle brown. I'm the one that introduced you to the heat right now. Oh my God, that be baby, but alright. Try to fight you every night, every night. ASD, they be like smoke. What? Can you teach me how to duck it? You know why? Cause all the girls love me. All I need is a beat that's super bumpin'. And for you to back it up and duck it. Put your arms out front, lean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that dougie ride. Ain't nobody beatin' with my bro from one side. He go by Bubba and he hit that death like thunder. Okay, I ain't from Dallas, but I lead town boogie. I show my moves on to everybody tryna do it. I lead the functions and all the ladies tryna screw it. Now you just do you, and I'ma do it all day. Dudes love to hate, so they try to shoot me. Females be stuck to me, I think they tryna glue me. I make the party shine bright when it started blooming. This beat was bubble gum, so I had to chew it.
Taste me how to duck, taste me how to duck. Taste me how to duck, taste me how to duck.
Everybody love me, everybody love me, everybody love me. You ain't messing with my duck.
Taste me how to duck, taste me how to duck. Taste me how to duck, taste me how to duck.
Everybody love it, everybody love it, everybody love it. You ain't messing with my duck. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team. Yeah, I done kept it real from the jump. Living at my mama's house, we'd argue every month. I was trying to get it on my own. Working down on night traffic on the way home, and my uncle calling me like, where you at? I gave you the keys, tell you bring it right back. I just think it's funny how it goes. Now I'm on the road, $500,000 for a show. And we started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team. Yeah, started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team. Yeah, started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team. Yeah, started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. West.
Ladies and gentlemen, quick birthday shout out. Happy birthday, Mead. Mead, happy birthday, brother. Alright guys, hold on 1 second, 1 second.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear me. Happy birthday to you.
Once again guys, happy birthday, Mead. Ladies and gentlemen, quick announcement. If you do have a license plate number of MBH366, someone just hit your car by accident. Please do check on that. Thank you.
king is though, you nasty. But I like it tight and like T.I.'s, whatever you like. Bring your girls, whatever tonight. Your man just left on the plumber tonight. I check your pipes, oh, you the healthy type. Well, here goes some egg whites. Now give me that sweet, that nasty, that juicy stuff. Let me tell you what we gon' do. 2 + 2, I'm gon' undress you. Then we gonna go 3 and 3, you gon' undress me. Then we gonna go 4 and 4, we gon' free some more. But first,
ladies and gentlemen, the last few songs for tonight. We need everyone to join in. Here we go.
yo solo sé que me
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, last few songs for tonight. We need everyone on the dance floor. Here we go, here we go. and gentlemen, we have one more song for tonight. But we're gonna end the night off with a Punjabi song. Here we go. That's right, guys. Let me see those hands up one time. Hey, hey. That was the official last song for tonight. Let's make some noise one more time for Hiral and Parth. Please make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, amazing time partying with you all. I wish we could have gone longer, but the hall does need a clean up. Thank you guys so much for having us. Please do get home safe. Thank you, thank you.
So,